Okay. Thank you.
All right, it'll just be a light test for these two. It's Scarlata and Smokin' Whitey. In the right, Hijacker, Jason Hollenberg. Just a light test run. So that first pair just a All right, just making the final adjustments out there. That was a light test as we get ready to go here with the opening ceremonies and getting that first boat on the rope. All right, I think we're about ready, and as always, welcome again to the Kyle Cannon Memorial, the Spring Fling at Lake Ming. Welcome all the NJBA drivers, race teams, and race fans. I'd like to turn it over to get the race day started on this Sunday with our RFC chaplain, Jonathan. Jonathan, take it away.
Thank you, Chappie. Welcome, fans. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the blessings that you bestowed upon us. Lord, we pray for the men and women of our armed forces and peace officers who protect this great country every day. Prayers for the rescue and safety team, Lord, that nobody has to get in the water today and it's a beautiful, safe day. We also pray for the NJBA and all the sponsors and volunteers that work so tirelessly to make this race happen. Father, we thank you for this beautiful day here, Lake Ming. We pray for the safety of the drivers, their families, and the crews. Father, we ask all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Jonathan. And now we'd like to ask all those that are able to please rise, remove your caps, and join our very own Barbara Hurd Miller with the singing of our national anthem. Barbara?
Thank you, Chappie. And here we go. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Only an American today, only at the Spring Fling, Lake Ming, Kyle Cannon Memorial. It'll be Cole Allen, Dark Horse 6. Top Alcohol Hydro of Cole Allen and the Dark Horse 6. Trader Tim's Tie Downs Club Ted, Keys Aluminum Foundry, Richard Keys the boat owner. Capsule boat to get the race day started.
Hey guys! Good morning!
Launching hard is Cole Allen and the Dark Horse 6 boat. Got out of it, obviously. Ends up through the lights at a 10.98 at 39.7. And I'll get a little assistance down there at the top end to get out of the water. Just getting things started at the Spring Fling Race Day. Hey, go down and check out the vendor alley down there. We got the food court right down there next to Brad Martin and SoCal Jet Boats. They got the biscuits and gravy down there. They got hot coffee, a good way to sit shoreline and watch these first few passes of the race day. Pound Foolish and Ben Worster, the 710 entry, the JE Pistons right lane, Sacramento, California. Gross Racing 540 Canyon. Like to thank the crew, Ed, Tim, Kathleen, best wife ever, and the Pitt family, Phil, Trudy, Mason, the Ellis crew, and Scott. And a special thanks, PC by TC and Tiki Motorsports. KL Engineering left lane, White Moves, Tom Lego Marcino, Ventura, California. And they get the call to fire him up. Pound Foolish in the right, White Moves in the left, Tom Lego Marcino and Ben Worster. Right lane, a 6:56 on a 6:42, 115.99. A 0018 reaction time for Pound Foolish, Ben Worster in the right. White Moves, Tom Lego Marcino goes .048 on the reaction time. But a 6:31 breakout on a 6:43 will do him in. 122.93 for White Moves over there in the KL Engineering left side. We need boat 191 to the lanes. Your competition is waiting. Boat 191 to the lanes. Your competition is waiting. JE Pistons right side. Next pair, Burn Notice and Tom Fulkerson. Culver City, California, the Colt TR2 Chevy. UPR Racing, TNA Heating and Air, CP Pistons, Edelbrock, and JC Supply. Uncle Paul and Joey Gross. KL Engineering left side, it's Child Abuse, and JoJo Masick. 555 Big Block Chevy Canyon, Tom Mason Custom Engines, Amber Electric, Nick Rose Insurance, Freedom and Fuel, East Valley Performance Machine, Williams Precision Machine, and Oberg Excavating. Burn Notice and Child Abuse. Right lane for burn notice, Tom Fulkerson. 591 with a 4 on a 5910 dial-in, 138.33. Child abuse, JoJo goes 0.12 on the reaction time, a 647 on a 650. It's a breakout. 124.15. The speed for child abuse. Little Blue and Craig Lucas next pair on the right side, the JE Piston sponsored lane. Danville, California driver, the 540 Colt TR1 BBC. Field of Construction and Roofing, Tom Bentley and Menkins V-Drives. KL Engineering, High Strung, Gary Riggins. Visalia, California, the 500 Flat. Chevy, 3D Hondo. Wife Lisa, son Justin, crew chief Bob, also Wade, Robert, and all the families for helping out. Bullet Extreme Fiberglass and Painting, HUR Racing Engines, Sean and Frank. Light left lane for High Strung, Gary Riggins. 628 on a 598, 104.97. Little Blue and Craig Lucas, 635 on a 600, 130.27 in a losing effort. Kryptonite, Sean Thurston, JE Pistons right side, owned by Matt and Lori Thurston out of Gardnerville, Nevada. Driver from Fallon, Nevada, 454 Chevy K1 by Kryptonite. Kryptonite Marine, Sean Thurston, Ron and Joey Gross at Gross Racing. Aggravated Assault, Scott Tillinghast, KL Engineering left lane, Orangeville, California, the Mako 500 Chevy. Ron and Joey Gross Racing for the fuel, horsepower, and the prop. And the crew, Phil and Trudy Tillinghast, Brian, Eric, and Molly Ellis, Mason Jones. Kryptonite and Sean Thurston, the right lane, gets the win light. A 632 on a 630, 127.91. Aggravated Assault, Scott Tillinghast, KL Engineering lane, goes 647 on a 640, 126.78. Both drivers cutting a .06 reaction time. KL Engineering left lane, Breaking Bad, the 030 entry, Mike Torgerson, Paso Robles, California. 565 Canyon Chevy. Single Jack Speed and Marina, Templeton Flooring, Precision Craft Marine, Digital Propeller Technologies, Rossland's Performance Motorsports, and Mitch Tove's Welding. The best crew in the business, Meg, Craig, Steve, Faith, and Jody. A consistent running boat right there. Torgy, Breaking Bad, goes 5.89 elapsed time on a 5.83. 132.65. Good looking pass by the Breaking Bad boat. Cold-blooded, Kelly Black, JE Pistons right lane, the Chevy 520. Cole, HUR Racing, Kelly's Custom Tile, NorCal Properties, Shave Ice in Paradise. Thanks to Sean and Frank for all the help. Brad Black, Jim and Pam Guerrero for all the help making this dream a reality. KL Engineering left lane. High Wire and Sean Rogers, Northridge, California, the Dart 600, Cole TR2. Thanks to my dad, Matt Rogers, Rogers Construction, Rogers Family Circus Crew, Joey Gross, Paul Hanani and Bob Pereira, Jeff Tyler, Kylie and Luke. Pro-Comp Flats and the wind light going to Kelly Black and Cold-Blooded. The JE Pistons right lane wind light. 646 with a 9 on a 6460 dial in. 128.24. High Wire, Sean Rogers cuts the better light at .07, but goes 646 on a 650 and breaks out. 117.48 the mile per hour. Snake Bite, Jay Brakefield, JE Pistons right lane, Wilmington, California driver, the 565 Chevy, Cole. Robert Simmons Racing Engines, Brad Simmons at RRD, PW Racing and Fab, Westerfield Motorsports, CP Carrillo and Arias Pistons, Uncle Jess Cantina, the Lunch Bunch of Oildale. KL Engineering left lane, double down, Sean Forrest, Hollister, California driver. Couple of Pro-Comp Flats. Light goes left lane for double down. Sean Forrest. 594 on a 590. 135.91 the mile per hour. Snakebite Jay Brakefield goes a 660 on a 630. 124.61 in the losing effort. Attention in the pits. Photographer Matt Koch, please report to the entry gate. Photographer Matt Koch, they need you at the entry gate immediately. Yeah. Okay. Cannonballs and Bob Close, JE Pistons, right lane, the 540, Donovan Mako. Close Construction, Ken Close Custom Paint. Cannon Marine, Kinsman Construction, Ray's Truck and Equipment, Mankins V-Drives. Special thanks to Cheryl Cannon. Flight Risk, Jesse Gregerson, KL Engineering left lane, Brentwood, California, 565 BBC Chevy Canyon. Ron and Joey Gross Racing Engine, C&J Carburetors, Crane and Hoist Services, and the Bandies. Light, right lane, Cannonballs. Bob Close goes 6.37 on a 6.32 dial-in. 134.46. Flight Risk, Jesse Gregerson, KL Engineering side, will go 627 on a 618. 133.77 in the loss. How many top alcohol hydros? Because what's his name ran? Attention in the pits. We need Super E, Super Eliminator, Unlimited Outlaw, Exhibition, Top Alcohol Hydro, Warm Up, Super Eliminator, Unlimited Outlaw, Exhibition, Top Alcohol Hydro, Warm 'em up. Trim Troller, Mark Bauer, the 005 entry, JE Pistons right side, Discovery Bay, California, the 540 Hondo Chevy. Jim Forsberg Racing, Gross Racing Engines, D21 Enterprises, Mad Dog Racing. KL Engineering left lane, the 146 entry Flat Nasty and Tony Rossi. 482 Cannon Marine Chevy, HUR Performance, Jim Forsberg, Josh Hayden, Freedom and Fuel. Pro Comp Flats. Win light, left lane, Flat Nasty, Tony Rossi. .06 on the tree, goes 656 on a 648. 123.12 the speed. Trim Troller leaving early red lights by .025 seconds. Runs a 614 on a 603 in the losing effort with a 129.7 on the mile per hour. Pro Outlaw, warm 'em up. Pro Outlaw, warm up. Bad check in Cole Irick, Kale Engineering left lane. The Howard 632 Chevy. Tom Masick Racing Engines, Masick Racing, Irick Racing of Freedom and Fuel. Special thanks to Kurt Williams, Robbie and Kim, Loy and Allie. Nice run by Cole Irick. 5.90 on the 595. 131.81 was the mile per hour. Super E to the lanes. Unlimited Outlaw to the lanes. Exhibition to the lanes. Top Alcohol Hydro to the lanes. Envious Jason Silva, 2 fast boats on the line right here. Kale Engineering left side. Ripping California driver, the 510 Chevy Mako. TCB Industrial Contractors, Westerfield Motorsports. Joey Gross Racing, HUR Racing Engines, the Black Sheep Bar and Grill. JE Pistons right lane, Blacklist, Nicholas Childers, Breaking Records. Out here at Lake Ming, Bakersfield, California. Local driver, the Chevy 540 Hondo. Chuck Hartsfield Motorsports, Josco Construction, Jeremiah Allen Racing, Bill Standridge, Hans Wernhardt, CP Carrillo, Ron Gross Connecting Rods, Nick Horton, Bobby Lee, George Jones, Born Vintage Hot Rods, Rex and Tracy Childers, Lloyd Ellen Childers. Super Eliminator, Unlimited Outlaw Exhibition, Top Alcohol, Hydro to the lanes. Oh, he's got that screen flashing again. Red light for Blacklist, Nicholas Childers by .075 in that right lane. Goes 5.73, 151. And that was trying to slow it down. Envious Jason Silva, 593, 148.50. Next up, KL Engineering left lane. Blown Smoke, Shane Westerfield, Anaheim, California, the 521 Brad Anderson. 423 Westerfield Motorsports, CP Carrillo, NGK Spark Plugs, and Maxima Oil. Little Tom on the Cliff, Frank, Andy, Anthony, Cora, and Rex. Oh, they got that thing dialed in for this weekend. Blown Smoke and Shane Westerfield goes 5.82 on the elapsed time. 135.05, the mile per hour for Shane. Blown Smoke. Pooch and Jeff Martin. KL Engineering left side, LBC, Long Beach driver, the Noonan 540. Westerfield Motorsports, Maxima Oil, CP Carrillo, NGK. Flat Confused and Joe Martin, Keene, California. Hutchison Racing Engines, Gross Props. Jeff Martin, red lights, leaving early by .057. Tough break for Pooch. Also a fast running boat this weekend. 595 in the loss, 136.6. Flat Confused with the win light of 592 at 140.5. Pro Outlaw to the lanes. Pro Outlaw to the lanes. Super Eliminator, Unlimited Outlaw Exhibition, Top Alcohol Hydro, and Pro Outlaw to the lanes. Smoking Whitey, Tony Scarlotta in the right. Paris, California, 3D, 500 Chevy. 3D Custom Boats, Joey and Ron Gross Racing, Rick McGee, Adams Underground Screw Crew. Last Toy, Sean Jarrell. Hesperia, California, the Frank Cushboat, 540 Chevy, Colt TR2, Hutchison Racing Engines, Roy Cook, the engine supplier. Scarlatti getting out of it a little bit. Last toy, Sean Giroux with the win. 577 at 138.6. Smoking Whitey and Scarlatti slows to a 661 at 131.93. Good time to stop down by the Vendor Alley Manufacturers Midway. Got the food court down there as well. Also, Brad Martin's SoCal Jet Boats got RESP located down there as well. Like to thank Matt Koch, Working Stiff Lifestyle, MJ's Action Photography, Don Cool Photography, and of course, Mark McLaughlin Photography. Super Eliminator, Unlimited Outlaw, Exhibition, Top Alcohol Hydro, Pro Outlaw to the lanes.
Full gas flat, baby.
Like to also thank Maranatha Ace Hardware, Uptown Barbershop, KC Steakhouse, RPM Paint Shop, Poor Man Fishing Tackle Shop, Tony Firehouse and Grill, Kern River Golf, and of course Napa Auto Parts. Without a Trace and Joe Mirkey, JE Pistons right lane up at the rope. Pinole, California, the 509 Chevy Cole. Hubbard Machine of Hayward, San Leandro Crane. Acevedo Farms out of Manteca. Lori's Water Truck Service, Manteca. Sean's Customs, French Camp, California. Helping out on the boat. Altered States and Christopher Cranford in the KL Engineering left side. Along
Expensive.
Can I give you two?
Yeah.
Wet and Wild.
the GMC
Fast.
500 Curtis, Ron and Joey Gross Racing, Joe and Gina Shelfo, Joe and Donna Peck, CP Carrillo, Mike and Francis Botson, Chadwick 026 Racing, Chris Curtis Manufacturing, and AMP by Kirsten. So a by run in the right lane scoring informs me, and a legal single in the left, so they're both going to advance in this one. So the by run in the right for Without a Trace and the legal single in the left for Altered States, Christopher Cranford, both these boats advancing. 599 with a 7 on a 599-0 dial-in for Christopher Cranford, Altered States. Talk about dialing it in. 153.11. It was cooking. 605 on a 600 for Without a Trace. 146.38. Again, the buy and the legal single, both boats advance. We're looking for about 258 and 169 to the lanes. Boat 258 and 169 to the lanes. Pro Outlaw to the lanes. Pro Outlaw to the lanes. Top Alcohol Hydro to the lanes. Exhibition to the lanes. Unlimited Outlaw Super E to the lanes. Hydro Quarter Zone. Mark Reese, Kale Engineering in the left lane. Fort Mojave, Arizona, the Sanger Chevy. McLaughlin Supply, Reese Motorsports, CarQuest. Special thanks to Jim the Hound Dog Howard. Truck and trailer for the 572 to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat 572 to the in-ramp. Boat 572, truck and trailer to the in-ramp. Super Eliminator to the lanes, Unlimited Outlaw to the lanes, Exhibition to the lanes, Top Alcohol Hydro to the lanes, Pro Outlaw to the lanes. QE, warm them up, round one. Quick Eliminator, round one, warm them up. It'll be Liquidator, Rick Box, JE Pistons, right lane, Clovis, California, the Cole, 500 holes. Caesar of JV Mobile RV Repairs of Bakersfield. Thanks to Ron and Joey Gross, also Sean, Josh, and Danny, and Tyler Sherman. Alcohol Abuse, Ted Pippin, 540, Merlin, Sanger, Big O Tires, Eldorado Hills, Rex Hutchison Racing Engines, Poser Racing. Right lane shown as a win light with the 686 on a 600, 144.39 for Liquidator. Alcohol Abuse Ted Pippin breaks out by .054, a 584 and a 590. 149.9 the mile per hour. Super E, we're still looking for 2 Super E's. Back up to the lanes, please. Super Eliminator to the lanes. We also want to remind you guys we have some sensitive antennas, and please not to move or touch any of the sound equipment. It's as sensitive already, so please do not move the antennas or any of the speakers, any of that stuff. We appreciate it. Orion and Ken Petrovich, KL Engineering left lane. The Tom Papstel, 582 Mike Miller Racing Chevy. Menifee Mafia, KP Automotive, Farmer John Racing. Mike Miller Engines, 629racing.com. K-Stick Services. Thanks to Carrie, Candy, Darren, Mom, and Dad, B1 Racing, ARA1, Williams Mafia Towing, in love and memory of Mom and Tom Papp. Super Eliminator. All right, they wait for some rollers down course, and Orion and Ken Petrovich brings it to life. The 2141 entry. Menifee, California. Smooth running hot rod, a 6.04 on a 5.98. 128.27 the speed for Orion and Ken Petrovich. Super Eliminator, Unlimited Outlaw, Exhibition, Top Alcohol Hydro, Pro Outlaw to the lanes. We need boat 258 up to the lanes. Looking for the 258, Super E, up to the lanes, boat 258. Blue Moon, Steve Palladini, JE Pistons, right lane, the small block Chevy 428 Cole, TR3. Kent Supply, Bill's Jerky Net, Joey Gross Racing, Palladini Construction, Lopez Brothers, Naughty Shine, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and UP Race Fuel. Blue Moon is Steve Palladini getting out of the throttle, having some issues there right after the hit. A 15.97 through the lights at 30.26. We'll get it down to the other end. Quick Eliminator to the lanes. Quick Eliminator to the lanes for round one. Pound Foolish, Ben Worcester, JE Pistons, right lane. Couple of Super E's, Sacramento, California, the 540 Canyon, Gross Racing. One more toy, Steve Penberthy, Kale Engineering, left lane, Sparks, Nevada, Eliminator, 540 Mike Miller Chevy, L&H Concrete, Mike Miller Racing Engines, Westerfield Motorsports, Big League Racing. Red light for Pound Foolish, Ben Worcester by .075. Win goes to one more toy, Steve Penberthy in the left, 6.03 on a 5.97, 124.30 the speed. 6.46, 123 in the loss for Pound Foolish. Hijacker Jason Hollenberg, right lane. Super Eliminator, Sanger, BBC 454. Kenny Myers of Dangerous Pursuit Racing. Joe Betancourt Racing Engines. Harold Kinsvader, Walker Farms. KL Engineering, Shades of Gray. Charles Calva, Bullhead City, Arizona. 2021 Terminator, 496 Chevy. Mike O'Neill, a Route 66 Restoration. Bill Farmer, a Jet Boat Bill Performance Shop. Double red light. Calva's was better, gets the win light. Left .08. Hijacker in the right, left .17 to the bad. 8.10 on 8.05 for Gray and Charles Calva. 100.84 the mile an hour. 7.11 for Hijacker. 108.27 in the loss. Aggravated assault. Scott Tillinghast, KL Engineering, left lane, Orangeville, California, the 500 Chevy Mako. Ron and Joey Gross Racing for the fuel, horsepower, and the prop. Phil and Trudy Tillinghast, Brian, Eric, and Molly Ellis Mason Jones helping out. Captain Chaos, Greg Bowman, J.E. Pistons right side, the Chevy DeMarco 540. Steve Sharp Transmissions, Hammer Down Services, Bowman Trucking. They called for a red light on the course, and the motors just fired up. See what they do next, and they shut them down. Course is red. We need to move the golf carts out of the fire lane, please. We need to move the golf carts.
Badass.
Bitchin'.
Expensive. Can I give you two?
Yeah.
Wet and wild.
Fast.
Exhilarating!
Exciting. It's kind of like underwater basket weaving. It's boring as hell. For your pocket.
Annoying.
You don't want to know my opinion right now.
Fast!
Out of sight. Bankruptcy.
Fast.
Sucks.
Badass.
Expensive.
The best.
Family. Amazed.
Exhilarating.
Work. Thrilling.
Fun.
It's a lot of family.
Fun. Stressful.
Badass.
Sick.
Sick.
Fast.
Family. Fun.
Bitchin'. Go fast. Boat racing's a happening.
Epic. Awesome. Chaos. Shit show.
Show.
A lot of money. Fun.
His hobby.
Not gonna do it.
Ooh, humbling.
Badass.
The J.E. Piston side, aggravated assault, Scott Tillinghast, the KL Engineering left side. Chadwick, Joey Gross Racing, Chris Curtis Manufacturing, AMP by Kirsten. James Boat, Greg Walsh, Chevy Big Block, Baby Curtis, Ron and Joey Gross, Ron Gross Connecting Rods, DPT, Digital, Propeller Technology. Thanks to the wife and kids. Quick decision in the right. James Boat, Greg Walsh in the left. Trouble in the left for James Boat, Greg Walsh. To the 660 with a 384. Quick decision, Steve Cranford. And we need the truck and trailer for the 470 boat to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for the 470 boat to the in-ramp. Rick Box and Ted Pippin to the NJBA Tower. Rick Box, Ted Pippin to the NJBA Tower, please. Hangman and Eddie Calkins, the 537J entry, JE Piston sponsored right side. Sonny's BBC DSR Daytona 650. GS Marine, Eddie Built Performance Engines, Mike DeClark Racing, Infinity Plumbing, Shockwave Boats, Reef Fires Press, Lad Oils, Applied Intuo, Mills Pop-Off Valves, SoCal Jet Boats, Freedom and Fuels. Dead Man's Hand, the 487 entry, KL Engineering sponsored left side. Glenn Hutchison. Boat owned by Jim Robertson out of Hayward, California. 501 Curtis Dart. Dead Man's Hand, Tim Robertson Racing Family, CP Carrillo, Arias Pistons. Special thanks to Glenn Hutchinson, Joe Shelfo, and Rex Hutchinson Motors. Hangman the right, Eddie Calkins, Dead Man's Hand, Glenn Hutchinson the left. To the 660, Dead Man's Hand, Glenn Hutchison with a 346, 129.6 for the win. Hangman Eddie Calkins slows to a 408, 110.21 the speed. Capsule load up at the rope for you. ready to go as we're lining up some more capsule boats up on the rope for you on a Sunday Elimination Day out here at the Spring Fling at Lake Ming, home of the National Jet Boat Association. Kyle Cannon Memorial. Still time. Make sure you get the event T-shirts down there at SoCal Jet Boats. Mayhem in the right, J.E. Piston side, the big yellow boat. 42. The Curtis 521. G&J Aircraft helping out along with Specialty Fasteners, Mongon Racing, Hampton Blowers, Dement Landscaping, Concept Powder Coating, DJ Safety, One to Call Heating and Air, Gary Wyatt Pilot Service, Brad Anderson Enterprises, Secret Wellness, Bomber Eyewear, KL Engineering Left Lane. That's Freak Show and Vic Esposito. Nevada City, California driver, the Curtis 501. Mitch the Shanker, Dennis Infeld helping out on the ride. Mayhem in the right, Freak Show the left. Pro Outlaws. Freak Show will get the win on the double breakout. Breaks out by just .037 to the .088 breakout for Mayhem. Both boats were getting it. 5:16 for the winner, Freak Show. 173.35 was the speed. 5:11 on a 5:20 for Mayhem at 166.3. Attention in the pits, blown gas flat, super eliminator, unlimited outlaw, pro comp hydro. Warm them up for round 2. Blown gas flat, super eliminator, unlimited outlaw, pro comp hydro, warm up. Super E buybacks. If you are going to buy back for Super E, you need to come up to the NJBA trailer now. Looking for boat 572 to the lanes, please. Boat 572. They're looking for you at the staging lanes. Boat 572 to the lanes. Bottoms up, and Ryan Baxter, the JE Pistons right side. Alberta, California, 501 Donovan Curtis. Bob Santolini helping out along with Rojo Racing, Joe Shelfo, Pete and Nancy, the Bottoms Up Racing team, family and crew. Here we go, bottoms up, and Ryan Baxter. Bottoms up, Ryan Baxter having the issues after an initial launch. And I'll coast that thing down to the other end and probably get a little bit of help here. Down at the other end. All right, looks like they saw something in the water. They'll get the course clear, so we'll be red for a few moments. Truck and trailer for boat 470 to the in-ramp. Truck and trailer for boat 470 to the in-ramp. Crazy Train in the KL Engineering left lane, celebrating the birthday weekend on this race weekend. Crazy Train in West Con. 588 BBC, Curtis Bitts. Jet Performance helping out, along with RB Props, Civil Works Contracting, Sybil Fave, Bullet Fiberglass Extreme and Brian Dunn, Andy DeMint Landscaping. Over in the JE Pistons, right side, the Joker and Jack Wright, Oakhurst, California, 471 Brad Fathead, Hondo Extreme, Michelle Wright, Benny and Shelby Nooncaster, Clayton Hawk, Ken Tice, April Holt, Joe Betancourt Motorsports, M&M Fuel, Westerfield Motorsports, Shorty's Oil Pans, Brad Penn Oil. Truck and trailer for the 470 to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for the 470 to the in-ramp. Blown Gas Flat, Super Eliminator, Unlimited Outlaw, Pro Comp Hydro for round 2 up to the lanes. You're called to the lanes. Blown Gas Flat, Super Eliminator, Unlimited Outlaw, Pro Comp Hydro. Light left lane, West Con, and Crazy Train goes 577 to 159.6, a red light by .038 for the Joker, Jack Wright. 585 at 136.2 in the losing effort. Blown Gas Flat, Super Eliminator, Unlimited Outlaw, Pro Comp Hydro to the lanes. Hydrophobia and Donnie Laban. Placecraft, TFX 500, Denver Capsule, American Turbine, Drew Fab, Titan Clutches, Peugeot Racing, Martin Superchargers, Schuler Racing, CP Pistons, Fuel Factory, Place Diverter, Chad's Headers helping out, Crew Chief Glenn Schuler, Carol Schuler on the crew along with Tim Eagle, Jared Vance, Stephanie Luchetta. Out of Livermore, California, Donnie owns the boat as well. Clearing things up down there at the top end. As Hydrophobia and Donnie Laban ready in the KL Engineering sponsored left lane. Course is green, should be ready to go. As once again, the green shirts are spread out all over the shoreline here, finding their perfect location to watch Donnie do his thing. I need a green shirt. I'm an XL. Just stay on that side of the fence. You guys are crazy. All right, comes alive. Here we go with Donnie Laban in Hydrophobia. Hydrophobia and Donnie Laban with a 5.43 elapsed time, 127.22 the speed. Pro Comp Flat, warm them up. Pro Comp Flat, warm up. Blown Gas Flat, Super Eliminator, Unlimited Outlaw, Pro Comp Hydro to the lanes. Blown gas flat, super eliminator, unlimited outlaw, pro comp hydro to the lanes. Breaking Bad and Mike Torgerson the right. Paso Robles, California, the 565 Camden Chevy. Single Jack Speed and Marina, Templeton Flooring, Precision Craft Marine, Digital Prop Technologies, Roslitz Performance Motorsports, Mitch Toes Welding. Double down in Sean Forrest, the Hollister, California, the KL Engineering left lane. Double down and Breaking Bad, Mike Torgerson. Double down, Sean Forrest with the win light, a 6.04 on a 600, 118.37. Breaking Bad, Torgerson goes too quick, breakout by .06, a 593 on a 600, 127.48. Heebie-jeebie in the JE Pistons right lane up next. Orange, California. Michael Jewell. The Cole Chevy. Special thanks to Craig Road, the engine builder. Steve Kenneth and the Heebie-jeebie crew. KL Engineering left lane. High Strung and Gary Riggins, Visalia, California. 500 flat 3D Hondo Chevy. Wife Lisa, son Justin, crew chief Bob, also Wade, Robert, and all the families. Bullet Extreme Fiberglass and Painting. HR Racing Engines, Sean and Frank. Couple of QE runners, and the win light goes to high-strung Gary Riggins in the left lane. 6.04 on a 600, 128.9. Heebie-jeebie Michael Jewell goes 6.17, 130.29 in the loss. Pickle Nasty and Tony Hammonds, JE Pistons right lane. Powder Tech, BLR Performance Marine, Tom Papp Racing, Desert Yacht Marine, Mike Miller Racing Engines, Jeff Bennett Analytics. Without a Trace, Joe Mirkey, KL Engineering left lane. Panola, California, the Chevy 509, Cole, Hubbard Machine, San Leandro Crane, Lori's Water Truck Service, Sean's Customs. Winlight left lane, Joe Mirkey without a Trace, 606 at 144 on a 600, 624, 116.8 for Pickle Nasty. Did you get a still? Orion and Ken Petrovich left lane, KL Engineering sponsored side. The 2141 entry out of Menifee, California, the Menifee Mafia. Mike Miller Racing Chevy. The Tom Papp Stealth, 582. Helping out on the racing setup is KP Automotive, Farmer John Racing, Mike Miller Engines, 629racing.com, K-Stick Services. Thanks to Carrie, Candy, Darren, Mom and Dad, B1 Racing, ARA1, Williams Mafia Towing, in loving memory of Mom and Tom Papp. James Williams working on that boat out of Canyon Lake, used to pilot the Cemetery Gates. Been running good all weekend long, looking for a big day here at the Spring Fling Kyle Cannon Memorial. Blown gas flat to the lanes, super eliminator to the lanes, unlimited outlaw to the lanes, pro comp hydro to the lanes, Pro Comp Flat, warm them up and bring them up.
Flat, baby.
Pro Comp Flat, warm them up, bring them up. Orion and Ken Petrovich comes to life. Purges the system, ready to go. Menifee Mafia. Are you kidding me? How about a 6009, a 6009 on a 600 dial-in for Orion? And the Menifee guys got that thing dialed in. Another nice pass. The mile an hour was 125.8. Bad check in Cole Irick, the JE Pistons right lane. The 632 Howard Chevy. Top Masick Racing Engines, Masick Racing, Irick Racing, Freedom and Fuel. Kurt Williams, Robbie and Kim, Lori and Allie, a special thanks. KL Engineering left lane, One More Toy and Steve Penberthy. Sparks, Nevada, Mike Miller Chevy, 540 in the Eliminator. L&H Concrete, Mike Miller Racing Engines, Westerfield Motorsports, Big League Racing. Right lane, bad check, Cole Irick, 604 on a 600 with a 17 light. One More Toy, Steve Penberthy goes 603, but a 25 light. And the losing effort, 122.11 for One More Toy. Bad check, speed goes 131.5 in another close race. Pro Comp Flat to the lanes, Pro Comp Flat to the lanes.
Unlimited Outlaw finals are here. Going out on the pod.
Altered States, Christopher Cranford, J.E. Pistons right. The Curtis GMC 500, Ron and Joey Gross, Joe and Gina Shelfo, Joe and Donna Peck, C.P. Carrillo, Mike and Francis Botson, Chadwick 026 Racing, Chris Curtis Manufacturing, AMP by Kirsten. Senseless and Mike Schiller, Cornville, Nevada, 570 Chevy Dart, the Deaver in the left lane. Altered States and Christopher Cranford gets the win, a 621 on a 600, 130.4 the mile an hour. 770 on a 600, senseless. Through the lights at a 100.17 the mile an hour for Mike Schiller. Looking for boat 358 to the lanes. Your competition is waiting. Pro comp flat to the lanes, pro comp flat to the lanes. Next up, KL Engineering side. Trim Troller, Mark Bauer. Quick Eliminator. Discovery Bay, California, the Chevy 540 Hondo. Jim Forsberg Racing, Gross Racing Engines helping out, along with D21 Enterprises and Mad Dog Racing. Mark Bauer takes Trim Troller down to the other end with a 6.09 on the 600, 127.85 the mile per hour. Like to remind everybody at the end of the day to join us as we hand out the hardware to today's winners at the Spring Fling Kyle Cannon Memorial. Also, take your used oil with you. Do not leave those items here at Lake Ming. Next pair. Blown gas flats. It'll be Envious Jason Silva, Ripon, California, the Mako 510 Chevy, TCB Industrial Contractors, Westerfield Motorsports, Joey Gross Racing, HUR Racing Engines, the Black Sheep Bar and Grill helping out. KL Engineering left side. That's Blown Smoke, Shane Westerfield. Anaheim, California, 423. Brad Anderson, 521. Westerfield Motorsports, CP Carrillo, MGK Spark Plugs, Maxima Oil. So 017 top alcohol funny car champion with 17 national event wins. Dad Steve is here too. He's the 08 IHBA top alcohol flat bottom champion. Blown Smoke, Shane Westerfield, another win light, 577 at 130.9 the mile per hour. Jason Silva, Envious, in the right, goes 598 at 142.39. In the losing effort, another good run by Blown Smoke. And the 2017 Top Alcohol Funny Car champ has another win on the water. Exhibition, warm up and bring them up when you're ready. Exhibition, warm up and bring them up to the lanes. Next up on the right, the JE Piston side, it'll be Bad to the Bone and Steve Didi. The Norm Grimes Special, Beanie Boats, Jimmy Perry helping out along with Bob Perea, the legendary Norm Grimes. And the engine comes to life on Bad to the Bone and Steve Didi, right lane run. launching the rear end, is moving around on him a little bit, got out of it, cruise it down to the other end of the lake for Bad to the Bone and Steve Deedy. All right, and we'll be down for just a moment or two as we'll switch up things over on the starter barge. Good time to stop on down to SoCal Jet Boats. Brad Martin, RESP, of course, in the house down there on Manufacturers Midway, Vendor Alley. Also, our food vendors are here too. Support them. And a slight little break in the action here. And we'll return to eliminations. So once again, we'll switch our starters over there at the barge. Good time to head on down our food court area. Get yourself some trackside munchies and a cold beverage to enjoy the rest of the eliminations here at Lake Ming today. It'll be Flat Confused and Joe Martin as we return to racing on an Elimination Sunday. The JE Pistons right side, Keene, California. The 540 Gross Racing Giroux TR2. Hutchison Racing Engines, Gross Props. Special thanks to Frank, Daryl, Sean, Toby, Melissa, and crew. Last toy, Sean Giroux, the Frank Kush boat, KL Engineering. The Sperry, California, Colt TR2 Chevy, 540. Hutchison Racing Engines, Roy Cook, the engine supplier. Last toy, and Sean Giroux gets it done. The win light, a 571 at 139.01. Red light for Flat Confused and Joe Martin. 0.19 to the bad, a 586 elapsed time in the loss, 139.25.
Hold on.
Captain Chaos and Greg Bowman over there on the right, the DeMarco 540 Chevy, Steve Sharp Transmissions, Hammer Down Services, Bowman Trucking, Shades of Gray, Charles Calvin the left, Kale Engineering side, Bullhead City, the 2021 Terminator, Bill Farmer, Jet Boat, Jim Performance, Lifeline Marine Race Products, George Pataki of ARS Marine, River Floats. So trouble obviously at the line over there on the right. Shades of Gray. Charles Calva down there at the other end runs a breakout 800 on an 808, but we'll get that win light obviously with the trouble over there on the right by Captain Chaos and Greg Bowman. So a tough break there. He's trying, giving it 110%. So it's not only the breakout, but a red light by Shades of Gray, but we'll still get the win light. Truck and trailer for the 715 to the in-ramp. Truck and trailer for the 715 to the in-ramp. But definitely an A for effort. Once again, truck and trailer for both 715 back to the in-ramp. So in the meantime, they'll take Joe Shelfel across while they get the 715 back to the in-ramp. Once again, truck and trailer for the 715 to the in-ramp. All right, dropping off Joe Shelfo, getting our NJBA team rescue boat back into position. Want to thank Donnie LeBon, the pilot for the Hydrophobia, for stopping by to say hi. And I appreciate the delivery. I guess I'm officially a green shirt now. No Name and Mark Lane over in the right. Super E competitor, the BBC 500 Rogers. Stephanie Lane, Jim Lernitz, Todd at AT Marine. Peterson Specialty. Aggravated Assault. Scott Tillinghast, Orangevale, California, the Joey Gross Racing for the fuel, horsepower, and the prop. And that gross horsepower getting it done. Scott Tillinghast, .04 on the light. Goes 641 on a 637 at 130.9. No Name Mark Lane runs a 704. Breaks out by .05. 117.18 the speed. Mod Eliminator. Warm them up. Top Eliminator warm up. Pro Eliminator warm up. Quick decision. Steve Cranford in the right. Joe and Donna Peck. Joe and Gina Shelfo helping out along with Mike and Francis Botson. Mike Chadwick, Joey Gross Racing, Chris Curtis. AMP by Kirsten. Dead Man's Hand, Glenn Hutchison. The Curtis Dart 501. Dead Man's Hand, Tim Robertson Racing, CP Carrillo, Aries Pistons. Oh, mustard almost fell off the hot dog. That one ended up close. After the wild start, Dead Man's Hand, Glenn Hutchinson, I think that whole boat jumped out of the water. Gets the wind light through the other end at a 569 at only 79.04, playing it safe. Quick decision. Steve Cranford ends up with a 385 at 116.6. That was to the 660. The 2.88 reaction time. Trouble at the start cost him. It'll be alcohol abuse. Ted Pip in right lane. The Sanger 540 Merlin, Big O Tires, El Dorado Hills, Rex Hutchison Racing Engines, and Poser Racing. Without a trace, Joe Mirkey, the KL Engineering left lane. Panola, California, the 509 Chevy Cole. Hubbard Machina Hayward, San Leandro Crane, Acevedo Farms, Lori's Water Truck Service out of Manteca, and Sean's Customs out of French Camp, California, helping out on the boat. Couple of pro comp hydros, and the wind light goes to the left lane without a trace. Joe Merkey. 0.08 on the tree, a red light for alcohol abuse. Ted Pippin leaves way early, 0.31. 602 for Merkey without a trace, 148.18. That's on a 600 dial-in. 578, so not only the red light, but a breakout by 0.01 for alcohol abuse. 578 on a 580. Attention in the pits, we need modified eliminator, top eliminator, pro eliminator, to the lanes. Mod eliminator, top eliminator, pro eliminator to the lanes. Quick eliminator, warm them up. Green course for the Dark Horse 6 in Cole Allen, boat owned by Richard Keys. Kevin Kinsley, of course, has driven that boat out here. Ted Show helping out along with Howard Moon, Danny Day, Ron Deans, Mark Malore, Mark Reese, Big Al Reese. Traders, Trader Tim's Tie Downs helping out along with Club Ted, Keys Aluminum Foundry. Dark Horse 6 in Cole Allen, top alcohol hydro. It's like he was moving to the right that time. His hands full once again. Was wanting to make a pass, it appeared, but getting out of that one wisely. Coasting down through the lights at a 10:34, 41.3 for Cole Allen and Dark Horse 6. Mod Eliminator, Top Eliminator, Pro Eliminator to the lanes. Mod Eliminator, Top Eliminator, Pro Eliminator to the lanes. Quick Eliminator, warm them up and go ahead and bring them up to the lanes. Quick Eliminator, warm them up and bring them up. As always, want to thank everyone for tuning in and listening in, especially for those that couldn't be here with us at Lake Ming on Elite Reels. So you don't miss a single race all weekend, Elite Reels and NJBA here at Lake Ming. Firing up the next pair, Orion Ken Petrovich right back in the right lane. The Menifee, California, Menifee Mafia. KP Automotive, Farmer John Racing, Mike Miller Engine, 629racing.com, K-Stick Services. One More Toy, Steve Penberthy, Super Eliminators. L&H Concrete helping out along with Mike Miller Racing, Westerfield Motorsports, Big League Racing. Mike Miller Chevy, 540 Eliminator. The Orion machine, so the rescue boat will go over and check out Orion. And the fire's out, Rescue 2. Rescue boat will go over there and check it out. In the meantime, down there at the other end, with the wind light is One More Toy and Steve Penberthy. Breaks out by .0004, a 59996 on a 6000. 128.8. Petrovich has the issues. Looks to be okay. Sitting up in the boat. Big puff of flame coming out of that thing right at the hit. They're having a great weekend. And they'll get a little assistance over there on the Orion machine. So the truck and trailer for 2141 to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat 2141 to the in-ramp. Altered stage, Christopher Cranford. The Curtis GMC 500, Ron and Joey Gross Racing, Joe and Gina Shelfo, Joe and Donna Peck. CP Carrillo, Mike and Francis Botson. Chadwick 026 Racing, Chris Curtis Manufacturing, A&P by Kirsten. Moving down at the other end, Altered States, Christopher Cranford goes 6.055 on a 599, 152.48. Mod Eliminator to the lanes, Top Eliminator to the lanes, Pro Eliminator to the lanes, Quick Eliminator to the lanes. It'll be Bad Check and Cole Irick in the right. Pro Comp Flats. Chevy 632, the Howard, Tom Masick Racing Engines, Masick Racing, Irick Racing, Freedom and Fuel. Pound Foolish, Ben Worster in the KL Engineering left lane. Sacramento, California. Gross Racing 540 Canyon. TPC by TC and Tiki Motorsports. Right lane win light for Bad Check, Cole Irick on the breakout in the left. Pound Foolish, Ben Worster goes 6.40 on a 6.42. 125.51. Bad Check, Cole Irick, the winner, goes 6.10 on a 5.90. 125.41 the speed. Kryptonite and Sean Thurston. Fallon, Nevada. K1 by Kryptonite, 454 Chevy. Kryptonite Marine, Sean Thurston, Ron and Joey Gross at Gross Racing. Flat Nasty and Tony Rossi. Petaluma, California, the Chevy, 482 Canyon Marine. HUR Performance, Jim Forsberg, Josh Hayden, Freedom and Fuel, sponsored in the boat. Kryptonite right, Flat Nasty left. Pro Comp Flats. Red light right lane for Kryptonite and Sean Thurston. Just found a Kryptonite there. Flat Nasty, Tony Rossi with the win. Rossi broke out a 647 on a 650. But the red light, the worst infraction by just .027 for Sean Thurston. Flat Nasty, Tony Rossi the win. Cold-blooded, Kelly Black in the right. Chevy 520, Cole, HUR Racing, Kelly's Custom Tile, NorCal Properties, Shave Ice in Paradise. Burn Notice, Tom Fulkerson, Culver City, California. Cole TR2, Chevy. UPR Racing, TNA Heating and Air, CP Pistons, Edelbrock, JC Supply, Uncle Paul and Joey Gross. Special thanks. And a right lane win life for cold-blooded Kelly Black, a 6.61 on the 646 dial-in, 127.04 the mile per hour. Burn notice, Tom Forkerson in the left, goes 589 on a 591, breaks out by .013 seconds, 136.47 the mile per hour in the loss. Blown gas flat, warm up. Pro Outlaw, warm up. And Super E, warm up. Blown gas flat, Pro Outlaw, Super Eliminator, warm up. Cannonballs and Bob Close in the right. The Mako 540 Donovan, Close Construction, King Close Custom Paint, Cannon Marine, Kinsman Construction, Ray's Truck and Equipment, Mankins V Drives helping out. Special thanks to Cheryl Cannon, Ray, Mike, Dan, and Raymond. Double Down, Sean Forrest, Hollister, California. Win light, left lane, double down. Sean Forrest, 6.08, 130.97 the mile per hour. On the 591, a 623 breakout on a 635 for Cannonballs. Breaks out by .11 for Bob Close. Boat 618 to the lanes. Your competition is waiting. Boat 618 to the lanes. Breaking Bad, Mike Torgerson in the right. Paso Robles, California driver, the 565 Chevy Canyon. Single Jack Speed and Marina, Templeton Flooring. Precision Craft Marine, Digital Propeller Technologies, Russell's Performance Motorsports, and Mitch Toos Welding. High Strung, Gary Riggins in the Kale Engineering left. Visalia, California, 500 flat, 3D Hondo Chevy. Wife Lisa, son Justin, crew chief Bob. Also Wade, Robert, and all the families. Bullet Extreme Fiberglass and Painting, HUR Racing Engine, Sean and Frank. High Strung left, Breaking Bad right. Young will get the win. Red light for Torgerson. A 6.05 on a 5.98. Would have been tough to beat. 124.83 the speed for Gary Riggins. In the win, a 6.03 on a 5.84 for Breaking Bad. Torgerson breaks out by .006. 131.09 the mile per hour in the loss for Breaking Bad.
Are you waiting for someone to race him, or is this a single capsule? Single capsule, right lane, single.
Right lane single capsule run up next. Looking for boat 258 to the lanes, please. Looking for boat 258 to the lanes now, please. Also, boat 715 to the lanes. Boat 715 to the lanes. Single capsule run, lining it up in the right lane. That's the JE Piston sponsored side. And they let the starter know that we have a green course ready to go in the right lane for Blackjack and Gary Bauer. Livermore, California, the 540 New Century Hondo. Vic Esposito Racing Engines, 22 Avenue RV Rentals. Helping out on the boat. Exhibition. Blackjack and Gary Bauer through the lights at a 5.33 elapsed time. The mile per hour, 171.26. 5:33 at 171 for Blackjack and Gary Bauer. And we'll go red on the course as they'll check on Gary down there at the top end. are just clearing the blackjack boat. Gary Bauer down there at the top there.
The young man struggles on and on. He's known. Ooh, a 5-1 to his own. That never from this day his will and take away. When I felt what I've known, never shine doing what I've shown. Never be, never see, won't see what might have been. What I felt, what I've known, never shine doing what I've shown. Never free, never me, so I dug the earth again. They dedicate their lives to running all of hell's.
Blown Gas Flat Pro Outlaw Super Eliminator. Warm them up and go ahead and bring them up. Blown Gas Flat Pro Outlaw Super Eliminator. Up to the lanes. Next pair ready to go, and they'll fire them up. Touch Too Much, Stephen McNeil, left lane, Kale Engineering sponsored lane, Jetstar Boats, the Gross Blown BBC 5, Gross Racing Engines, High Tech Performance, United Engine Machine, STD Racing, Moham Machine, Rex Hutchison Racing. Special thanks to Deb, Dad, and Patch. Touch Too Much and Stephen McNeil, 792 at 102.68. Over there on the left side, we'll bring it back to the out ramp. Modified Eliminator. Blown Gas Flat, baby. Here we go with High Wire and Sean Rogers as the engines come to life. Be in the right lane. Northridge, California, Colt TR2 Dart 600. Thanks to Dad, Matt Rogers, Rogers Construction, the Rogers Family Circus Crew, Joey Gross, Paul Hanani, Bob Brea, Jeff Tyler, Kylie and Luke. Child Abuse, Joe Masick in the left, the Kale Engineering side. The Canyon 555, Amber Electric, Tom Masick Custom Engines, Nick Rose Insurance, Freedom and Fuel. And on the breakout by JoJo, a 646 on a 650 breaks out by .037. The win light goes to high wire Sean Rogers, 684 on a 650, 118.7. So high wire and Sean Rogers getting the win. UFO and Jason Hollenberg, left lane, the Kale Engineering side, the Hondo Dart, 509 cubic inch. Harold Kinsvader helping out along with Gary Riggins, Joe Betancourt Racing, Nutrien AG Solutions, and Bullet Extreme. Didn't sound too happy, limping it down to the other end with a 933, 85.07 for the UFO boat, Jason Hollenberg. Getting clear of the course down there at the out ramp area. Blown gas flat, Pro Outlaw, Super Eliminator to the lanes. Snake Bite, Jay Brakefield, Wilmington, California, the Cole 565 Chevy. Robert Simmons Racing Engines, Brad Simmons at RD, PW Racing and Fab, Westerfield Motorsports, CP, Carrillo and Ayers Pistons, Uncle Jess Cantina, and the Lunch Bunch of Oildale. Snake Bite and Jay Brakefield goes 654 on a 650 dial in, 121.13 the speed. Without a trace in the left, Joe Mirkey, Pinot, California, the Chevy 509. Cole, Hubbard Machine of Hayward, California. San Leandro Crane, Acevedo Farms out of Manteca, Lori's Water Truck Service, also out of Manteca, California. Sean's Customs out of French Camp. without a trace, and Joe Mirkey goes 6.040, 146.35 on the 600 index. Blown gas flat, Pro Outlaw, Super Eliminator to the lanes. Blown gas flat, Pro Outlaw, Super Eliminator to the lanes. Molly Girls, Steve Burnett, Kale Engineering, both owned by Mark Reese. The Sanger Chevy 462, Stevie B. Mark and Diane Reese, Reese Motorsports, McLaughlin, Hound Dog Racing. No Name and Mark Lane in the right. Rogers, BBC 500. White Stephanie and Jim Leonard's helping out. Todd at A.T. Marine, Peterson Specialty, Joey Gross, Kevin Felkins. Win light, right lane on the red light. No Name, Mark Lane will get the win, a 752 on a 700, 100.28 miles an hour. Red light by 0.33 seconds. Stevie B leaving way early, 777 on a 7.00 in the loss, 100.26. Almost identical miles per hour there on that one. Like to remind everybody as we get towards the end of the day with some finals coming up to join us after all the results become official down here by the NJBA trailer as we hand out the hardware for today's winners here at the Kyle Cannon Memorial Spring Fling at Lake Ming. Also, no used oil to be left here at the lake. Make sure you take those items home with you. Make sure you clean up your pit area as best you can before you leave. As we have Bass Turd, Brandon Owens, Modified Eliminators up on the rope. In the right, J.E. Piston side, BBC Liberty. Shades of Gray and Charles Calvin, the KL Engineering left lane, Bullhead City, Arizona, the Chevy 496 Terminator. Mike O'Neill, a Route 66 Restorations. Bill Farmer, a Jet Boat Bill Performance Shop. Lifeline Marine Race Products helping out, along with George Pataki of ARS Marine. River Floats, Dennis Miller of Total Performance and Audio. Fort Mojave, and of course, Social Security. Go Trump. Right lane win light for Bass Turd and Brandon Owens. 8:12 on an 800, 92.6 was the mile per hour. Left lane was an 8:30 on an 800, 96.29 for Charles Calvin, Shades of Gray in the loss.
The pro outlaws are coming down.
Time for a blown gas flat. A final should be a good one in a very competitive class always up here at Lake Ming. J.E. Piston side. Blown Smoke and Shane Westerfield, the 2017 Top Alcohol Funny Car champ on the NHRA. Anaheim, California, the 521 Brad Anderson. Westerfield Motorsports, CP Carrillo, MGK Spark Plugs, Maxima Oil. Last Toy and Sean Giroux, the Frank Cush owned ride. Asbury, California, the 540 Chevy Colt TR2. Hutchison Racing Engines, Roy Cook, the engine supplier. Oh, we knew it'd be good. What a drag race. Last Toy, Sean Giroux, a .012 light. Blown Smoke, Shane Westerfield, a .08 light. Win light goes to Last Toy. He goes 5.70 at 138.5. Shane goes 572 at 135.8. It doesn't get much closer than that. The win by just .084 seconds for Last Toy. Sean Giroux. Left lane, KL Engineering side, Flat Nasty and Tony Rossi. Petaluma, California. Pro Eliminator, 482 Chevy, Canyon Marine, HUR Performance, and Jim Forsberg, Josh Hayden, Freedom and Fuel, the sponsors on the boat. Flat Nasty and Tony Rossi, good looking run at a 6.40. 126.30 was the top speed. At the far end of the racetrack, over there in the left lane, that KL Engineering sponsored side. Next pair, quick eliminator, Altered States, Christopher Cranford, the JE Pistons right lane. GMC 500 Curtis. Ron and Joey Gross helping out, along with Joe and Gina Shelfo, Joe and Donna Peck. CP Carrillo, Mike and Francis Botson, Chadwick 026 Racing, Chris Curtis Manufacturing, and AMP by Kirsten. High Strung and Gary Riggins. KL Engineering left lane, Visalia, California, the 500 flat Chevy, 3D Honda. Bullet Extreme Fiberglass and Paint, HUR Racing Engine, Sean and Frank. Red light for High Strung, Gary Riggins in the left, so the win, Altered States, Christopher Cranford. Broke out with a 599 on a 600, but the red light was worse by just .03 by Gary Riggins and High Strung, who went 604 at 126.4. Win light, Altered States and Cranford. Double down, Sean Forrest, the Hollister, California driver in the JE Pistons right lane. Quick eliminator. Good looking run, double down. Sean Forrest with a 588 at 135.11 the mile per hour. Quick eliminator. Bad check, and Cole Irick will be in the ride. The J.E. Piston side, the 632 Howard Chevy. Tom Masick Racing Engines, Masick Racing, Irick Racing, Freedom and Fuel. Trim Triller, Mark Bauer. Couple of quick eliminators. 540 Honda Chevy, Jim Forsberg Racing, Gross Racing, D21 Enterprises, Mad Dog Racing. Win light goes to Trim Troller Mark Bauer. 6.01 on a 600. 125.83 as Bad Check and Cole Irick breaks out by 0.13. 5.86 on a 600. 132.03 the speed. Westcon to the lanes, your competition is waiting. Westcon to the lanes, your competition is waiting. Blue Moon and Steve Palladini, left lane. Kale Engineering side, the small block Chevy 428, Cole TR3. Sponsored by Kent Supply, Bill's Jerky Net, Joey Gross Racing, Palladini Construction, Lopez Brothers, Naughty Shine, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and UP Race Fuel. Palladini getting it down to the other end. Slows to a 961 at 41.74 on the mile per hour in the left lane. West Con to the lanes now. West Con to the lanes now. West Con, final call. Your competition is waiting at the staging lanes. West Con. Pro Comp Flat, unblown fuel jet, Pro Gas Flat. Warm them up and bring them up to the lanes. Pro Comp Flat, unblown fuel jet, Pro Gas Flat. Warm them up and bring them up. Pro Comp Hydro to the lanes. Pro Comp Hydro to the lanes. Aggravated assault, Scott Tillinghast, left lane. Orangevale, California, the Mako Chevy. Ron and Joey Gross for the fuel, horsepower, and the prop. Shades of gray, Charles Calva, the right. Bill Farmer, Jet Boat Bill Performance Shop, Lifeline Marine Race Products, George Pataki of ARS Marine. Aggravated assault and Scott Tillinghast with the win light. 6:42 on a 6:37. 0.02 on the reaction time. 127.4 the mile per hour. Shades of Gray Charles Calva. 0.08 on the tree. 8.06 on an 800. 102.34. One more toy in Steve Penberth, the Super Eliminator, left lane. Sparks, Nevada 540 Mike Miller Chevy in the Eliminator. L&H Concrete helping out. As well as Mike Miller Racing Engines, Westerfield Motorsports, and Big League Racing. Pro Comp Flat, Unblown Fuel Jet, Pro Gas Flat to the lanes. Pro Comp Flat, Unblown Fuel Jet, Pro Gas Flat to the lanes. Pro Comp Hydro to the lanes. All right, now one more toy, and Steve Penberthy comes to life, Super Eliminator. See what the big 540 Mike Miller Chevy Eliminator could do. $5.99 on a $5.98 dial-in, 128.61. One more toy, and Steve Penberthy with a capsule boat up on the rope next. Freak Show, Vic Esposito comes to life in Nevada City, California, Curtis 501. Mitch the Shanker and Dennis Infeld sponsoring the boat. plays it safe, gets it down from point A to point B with an 8.50. Obviously not in it. 91.75 saving parts for the Freak Show boat and Vic Esposito. And we'll be red light on the course for a few moments.
Badass.
Bitchin'. Expensive.
Can I give you two?
Yeah.
Wet and wild.
Fast.
Exhilarating!
Exciting. It's kind of like underwater basket weaving. It's boring as hell.
For your pocket.
Annoying.
You don't want to know my opinion right
Fast!
now. Out of sight.
Bankruptcy.
Fast.
Sucks.
Badass.
Expensive.
The best.
Family. Amazed.
Exhilarating.
Work. Thrilling.
Fun.
It's a lot of family. Fun. Stressful.
Badass.
Sick.
Sick.
Fast.
Family. Fun.
Bitchin'. Go fast. Boat racing's a happening.
Epic. Awesome.
Chaos. Shit show. Show.
A lot of money. Fun.
His hobby.
Not gonna do it.
Humbling.
Badass.
Like to remind everybody to stick around after the racing is complete and the results are official, as we'll be handing out the trophies for today's winners. Also, we'd like your cooperation. Take your used oil home with you. Do not leave items like that here at Lake Ming. As we get down to the finals and the final races of the weekend. Bad to the Bone and Steve Teedy exhibition run, the Norm Grimes Special. Jimmy Perry, Bob Priya, and Norm Grimes. Launching hard and just didn't sit right. Rear end was moving around, jumping up and down. And Dee wisely gets out of it, coasts down the other end, 10.10 at 57.60. Just idling down there to the shutoff area. for Bad to the Bone and Steve Deedy. Getting ready for a heebie-jeebie and Michael Jewell, left lane. Kale Engineering side, the orange California driver in the Cole. Chevy 500. Craig Road, the engine builder. Special thanks to Steve Kenneth and the heebie-jeebie crew. How about a 6.04 for heebie-jeebie Michael Jewell, 132.11. Flashing up on the ET record, which was 6.92 by Bling Bling. Heebie-jeebie goes 6.04. Michael Jewell laying down the 6.047. 132.11 was the speed. Over there in the KL Engineering left lane. A good one here. With high strung, Gary Riggins, Visalia, California, the 500 flat, 3D Hondo Chevy, Bullet Extreme Fiberglass and Painting, HUR Racing Engines, Sean and Frank, Bad Check, Cole Irick the right, Tom Masick Racing Engines, Masick Racing, Irick Racing, Freedom and Fuel, Pro Comp Flat. Red light for high-strung Gary Riggins. Win light. Bad check. Cole Irick goes 6.04 on a 585. 126.59. High-strung leaves too early. Gary Riggins .068 early. Goes 6.01 on a 598. 126.51 the mile per hour. All right, getting them ready out there on the rope for the next pair. Or it might be just the single in the right, Cold-Blooded and Kelly Black up there in the JE Pistons side. Getting down to the semis and the finals in all the classes. As we'll have our trophy presentations as soon as all the results are official. Cold-Blooded and Kelly Black, Chevy 520. Cole, HUR Racing, Kelly's Custom Tile, NorCal Properties, Shave Ice in Paradise. Thanks to Brad Black and James for all the help. And Sean and Frank. Right lane for Cold-Blooded and Kelly Black. Comp flat, Cold-Blooded, Kelly Black settled in nicely with a 638 at 128.5 in the right lane. For Cold-Blooded. Altered States, Christopher Cranford in the right. Ron and Joey Gross Racing's Joe and Gina Shelfo, Joe and Donna Peck. CP Carrillo, Mike and Francis Botson, Chadwick, 026 Racing. Chris Curtis Manufacturing, AMP by Kirsten. Without a Trace and Joe Murphy in the left. Kale Engineering side. Hubbard, Machina Hayward, Sammy Angelo Crane. Azevedo Forms, Lori's Truck Service, and Sean's Customs. Left lane win light without a trace, Joe Mirkey. 6.03 on a 6.00. 148.8 for the win. Altered States, Christopher Cranford goes 599 with a 2 on a 599 with a 0. 154.59. The difference without a trace, Joe Murky goes .02 on the reaction time. Altered States a .14. Pickle Nasty, Tony Hammonds. Left lane, the Kale Engineering side. Powder Tech 2, BLR Performance Marine, Tom Papp Racing, Desert Yacht Marine, Mike Miller Racing Engines, Jeff Bennett Analytics. Special thanks to wife, mom, Danny, and Uncle Mike for making it all possible. Pickle Nasty, Tony Hammonds, 475 entry, left lane. Tony Hammonds, Pickle Nasty. Good looking run with a 639 in the left lane with a 101.17. Top alcohol hydro capsule boat up to the rope next. Let the water settle down here a little bit. So a little break in the action. Rescue team's going to give it graphic quick 5 minutes down for a few. Give these guys a final chance to get the boats ready to go. You're getting into our final the race weekend.
So I dub thee.
And we'll get the jet skis at work and throw a few boats out there on the road as well.
Dedicate their lives to running all of hills.
Full gas flat, baby. Flat Nasty and Tony Rossi will be on the right, the JE Piston side. Petaluma, California, the 482 Chevy Canyon Marine. HUR Performance, Jim Forsberg, Josh Hayden, Freedom and Fuel. Double down, Sean Forrest out of Hollister, California in the left lane. Procom Flats. Flat Nasty red lights by .19 in the right lane. Tony Rossi leaving early on a beautiful 6:39. Broke out as well by .09. Great run by Double Down and Sean Forrest. .02 on the reaction time. Runs a 6:01 on a 591, 131.1. Looking for the boat 765 to the lanes. Boat 765 to the lanes. Okay, scratch the 765. We're looking on our bracket boats back up. You guys know to head back up to the lanes of bracket boats. Next pair on the rope. Dark Horse 6 and Cole Allen in the right lane, the JE Piston side. Kevin Kinsley was driving this boat. Ted Show, Howard Moon, Danny Day, Ron Deems, Mark Meller, Mark Reese, Big Al Reese helping out. Club Ted and Keys Aluminum Foundry. Trader Tim's Tie Downs. Blackjack and Gary Bauer in the left. Livermore, California, the 540 New Century Hondo. Vic Esposito Racing Engines, 22 Avenue RV Rentals. Blackjack and Gary Bauer goes 535 at 171.2. Dark Horse 6 and Cole Allen had his hands full, 1152, 37.8. Obviously shutting it down after the launch.
Good one. They were all good.
Do ba do ba do ba do ba do ba do ba do.
Badass.
Bitchin'. Expensive.
Gonna give you two?
Yeah.
Wet and Wild.
Fast.
Exhilarating!
Exciting. It's kind of like underwater basket weaving. It's boring as hell.
For your pocket.
Annoying.
You don't want to know my opinion right
Fast.
Out of sight. Bankruptcy.
Fast.
Sucks.
Badass.
Expensive.
The best.
Family. Amazed.
Exhilarating.
Work. It's really
Fun.
It's a lot of family.
Fun. Stressful.
Badass.
Sick.
Sick.
Fast.
Family. Fun. Itchy.
Go fast.
Boat races are happening. Epic. Awesome. Chaos. Shit show.
Show.
A lot of money.
All right, here we go. I believe we.
Fun.
The Mayhem Junior Tim Ritson, the electric boat at the rope. And we're not going to hear much on this one. Here he comes. Just a giant battery, I guess, for a power plant. And I hope the extension cord is long enough. He's got the aerodynamic position. It appears to be about a 4-footer in length. Keeping it straight. He's got his hands full. At the top end, he'll look to pull the parachute. And a big right-hand fist pump in the sky. Any guesses on the ET and the mile an hour? Check this out. They're both almost identical. 26.46 the ET, 26.09 the mile per hour. Give him a couple more runs, he might be able to duplicate that. ET to mile an hour. Mayhem Jr. and Tim Ritson. And Mark McLaughlin, not one neighbor complained when the electric boat just ran. We couldn't hear anything. So the electric Mayhem Jr. making a pass. Getting into the finals on the day, the final races of the day. Remember, we'll be handing out the trophies as soon as all the results become official. So join us down at the podium presentations. Mod Eliminator to the lanes now. Top Eliminator to the lanes. Pro Eliminator to the lanes. Quick Eliminator to the lanes. Mod Eliminator, Top Eliminator, Pro Eliminator, Quick Eliminator to the lanes. Mod Eliminator, Top Eliminator, Pro Eliminator, Quick Eliminator to the lanes. Getting our safety belt back into position, down for a few moments here. Excellent conditions for the finals, the remaining races. 2 on the rope right now. As we're just a few moments away to resume racing action here on a Sunday, Lake Ming, the Spring Fling, Kyle Cannon Memorial. Mod Eliminator, Top Eliminator, Pro Eliminator, Quick Eliminator to the staging lanes now. Course is green, looking good out there at Lake Ming for one more toy. And Steve Penberthy, the left lane, Kale Engineering side, Sparks Nevada 540, Mike Miller Chevy Eliminator, L&H Concrete, Mike Miller Racing Engines, Westerfield Motorsports, Big League Racing. Aggravated assault and Scott Tillinghast in the JE Pistons right lane, Orangeville, California. Mako 500 Chevy. Special thanks to Ron and Joey Gross Racing for the fuel, horsepower, and the prop. The crew, Phil and Trudy, Brian, Eric, and Molly Ellis, Mason Jones. Win light for one more toy, Steve Penberthy, Super Eliminator. Both drivers cutting great lights, .09 for one more toy, 601 on a 598, 132.5. A .06 tree for Scott. In aggravated assault, he goes 647 on a 639, 126.8. Mod Eliminator, Top Eliminator, Pro Eliminator, Quick Eliminator, to the lanes.
They
Mod Eliminator, Top Eliminator, Pro Eliminator, and Quick Eliminator to the lanes.
Long gas flat, baby.
Looking for the 005 up to the lanes. Boat 005 to the lanes. Boat 146 to the lanes. Boat 146 to the lanes. And boat 829 to the lanes. Boat 829 to the lanes, please. Boat 043 to the lanes. Boat 043 to the lanes. Snake Pie, Jay Brakefield in the left. The Cole 565 Chevy. Robert Simmons Racing Engines, Brad Simmons at RRD, PW Racing and Fab, Westerfield Motorsports. Jay with a good looking run in Snake Bite. 659 on a 650 dial in. 120.20 on the mile per hour down at the top end. Good looking run by the Snake Bite boat. In the right, Bastard and Brandon Owens, J.E. Piston side. The BBC, Liberty, Touch Too Much, and Stephen McNeil, KL Engineering left side. The Jetstar boat, Gross Blown, BBC 5, Gross Racing Engines, High Tech Performance, United Engine Machine, STD Racing, Moam Machine, Rex Hutchison Racing. Special thanks to Deb, Dad, and Patch. Touch Too Much left, Bastard in the right. Left lane gets a run, right lane, Bastard having the issues trying to bring it back to life and fire it up. Wind light shown in the left. Wind light in the left. Touch Too Much. Stephen McNeil, 8.74, 71.14. Bastard will get it down to the other end once got it fired back up. And went past the timer in no time, obviously, for Brandon Owens. Here we go with the 2141 Orion and Kim Petrovich. Had the ball of flame popping out that thing last time by. He's been putting in some laps this weekend. A consistent running boat. The Menifee Mafia Gang, Mike Miller Racing Chevy, Tom Papp Stealth, 582, KP Automotive, Farmer John Racing, Mike Miller Engine, 629racing.com, K-Stick Services, Orion and Ken Petrovich left lane. And a double take. And an instant replay, but that one was worse. A little more violent there. And Ken sits back down, faces the motor, makes sure everything's okay, and the fire's out. And the rescue boat will come over and check on the Orion machine as Ken will splash up a little Lake Ming water up there, up on the side with the paddle. And the rescue team, quick thinking, will get there right now. Main thing is Ken's okay sitting in the boat. So after a great week in the last two passes, going kablooey for the Orion guys. Something came off the boat and went into the water as well. And they're saying it was the drive shaft. Wow, I thought I saw white. And that thing definitely was violent and did some damage. We need the trailer for boat 2141 back to the end ramp. Truck and trailer for boat 2141 back to the end ramp. All right. All right, looks like okay, looks like the 2141 truck and trailer to the mid ramp. To the mid ramp is the jet skis going. Truck and trailer for 2141 to the mid ramp. All right, truck and trailer for the 2141 to the mid ramp. Truck and trailer for 2141 to the mid ramp. Looks like everything's okay with Ken. So Orion getting a little tow back by the jet ski to the mid ramp after not one but two of those kablooies. And that's a consistent running drag boat going through some troubles here in the last two runs of the weekend. Here we go on the right with UFO and Jason Hollenberg, the Hondo 509 cubic inch. Harold Kinsvader helping out along with Gary Riggins, Joe Betancourt Racing, Nutrient AG Solutions, and Bullet Extreme. No Name, Mark Lane, KL Engineering left lane. BBC 500 Rogers, Jim Leonards. My wife Stephanie Lane helping out along with Todd at A&T Marine Peterson Specialty. Joey Gross, Gross Racing. Left lane, No Name, Mark Lane, red lights, leaves .0018 early. Gets the red light. Jason Hollenberg having the trouble over there on the right, limps it down to the other end, and UFO gets the win light, 14.52, just coasting it down through the lights, 47.44. As No Name, Mark Lane wastes a 746 at 99.17 in the loss. And it'll be Trim Troller, the 005 entry in the JE Pistons right lane, Discovery Bay, California, Hondo 540 Chevy. Jim Forsberg Racing, Gross Racing Engines, D21 Enterprises, Mad Dog Racing. The crew, Jim, Andrea, and Sean. Couldn't be here without all your help. And double down, Sean Forrest, Hollister, California, the KL Engineering sponsored left-hand lane, the 565 boat. Trim Troller right, double down in the left. Light right lane for Mark Bauer Trim Troller, a 609 on a 600, 126.68 the speed. Double down, Sean Forrest goes a 6.13 at 131.00 in the loss. High Wire and Sean Rogers in the right. Northridge, California, Colt TR2, 600 dart. Rogers Construction, Dad Matt helping out. The Rogers Family Circus Crew. Flat Nasty and Tony Rossi, Petaluma. HUR Performance, Jim Forsberg, Josh Hayden, Freedom and Fuel. Left lane win light, Flat Nasty and Tony Rossi. 647 on the breakout by just .02. It's a double breakout as High Wire goes 645 on a 650, breaks out worse by .04. And Flat Nasty will get that win in a close one over High Wire and Sean Rogers. It'll be Altered States in Christopher Cranford right side. GMC 500 Curtis, Ron and Joey Gross Racing, Joe and Gina Shelfo, Joe and Donna Peck, CP Carrillo, Mike and Francis Botson. Chadwick 026 Racing, Chris Curtis Manufacturing, AMP by Kirsten. Without a trace, Joe Mirkey. Pinole, California, the 509 Chevy Cole, Hubbard Machina Hayward, San Leandro Crane, Roy's Water Truck, Acevedo Farms, and Sean's Customs. Win light goes to Altered States and Christopher Cranford. A .09 reaction time. 6.02 on a 600, 152.30 the mile an hour. Left lane without a trace, Joe Mirkey goes 6017 on a 600, but a .15 light, 145.20 the mile an hour, and another close race. All remaining boats in competition for the
phone seems a damn genius lately. TikTok talking, late night TV. There's still so much that I have yet to know. We get dressed up just to go downtown in some ego-filled late night crowd. It seems that's where I feel most alone. I like to get lost on some old back road, find a shade tree and a honey hole, and talk to my grandpa again. I see God in everything, trees and pain and nights in spring. So why do I still long for a home? I like to lay in a field on a cozy blanket and feel the fear of never waking, to know the true warmth of the sun. I like to love my lady long and hard, and lay down lines of lemon guitar, and never leave loving arms again. My exes hate me and my friends all miss me. I wanna drown in rot gut whiskey and leave this small town for a while. Head to Paris on a late night flight, find a bar and get in a fight, and write a few poems on a sunny balcony. I wanna be a child climbing trees somewhere, breathing in the fresh outside air, before I knew this life was unkind. I want a well-trained dog on a couple of acres, a kind lady and a place to take her, a few good friends I can count on one of my hands. I know I'm bound to die one day, so when I reach those golden gates, I pray to say I did the best I can. Sit with my mother and the dearly departed, send a prayer down to the broken hearted, let them know it all turns out just fine. To know me is to love me, and to hate me is to wrong me. I prefer my not so lonely, love blues guitar and muscle cars and gin. I'm a simple man, I don't need much, just my simple songs and some human touch. I'm tired now, so I'm bringing my ass home. So let me go down the line, let me feel it all, your pain in the sky. Let me go down the line. We all burn, burn, burn and die. So let me go down the line. Let me feel it all, your pain in the sky. Let me go down the line. We all burn, burn, burn and die. So let me go down the line. Let me feel it all, joy, pain in the sky. Let me go down the line. We all burn, burn, burn.
Dark Horse 6 and Cole Allen back out to give it another shot. This is one Kevin Kinsley previously was the pilot. Traders, Trader Tim, Side Ounce Club, Ted Keys, Aluminum Foundry. For Cole Allen, Richard Keys is the boat owner. Will be in the JE Pistons right lane. All right, had a chance for once again on that hard launch. Went a little farther that time. Still getting that rear end.
Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces on the scene that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces draw the scene that burn crosses. Killing in the name of. Killing in the name of. What they told ya, and now you do 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 what they told ya. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge and your chosen white. You're justified. Those that died for wearing the badge and your chosen white. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge and your chosen white. You're justified. Those who died for wearing. Some of those that work forces draw the scene that burn crosses. Killing in the name of. Killing in the name of. ya. When you do what they told ya. Those who died are justified. But wearing the badge and your chosen white. You're justified. Those that died, but wearing the badge and your chosen white. Those who died are justified. But wearing the badge and your chosen white. You're justified. Those who died.
on Elite Wheels out here at NJBA Lake Ming, the home of the National Jet Boat Association, wrapping up the season opener. We're about to hand out the hardware. We appreciate you joining us on Elite Wheels.
I ain't many that are built like
If you're still in competition, you should be headed towards the lanes, waiting on you up at the staging lanes. If you're in the finals, come on up to the staging lanes.
if you're coming to the sticks, still maybe bring a 4-wheel drive. You'll never find another like me. I'm the last of my kind.
on the lead wheels out here at NJBA Lake Ming, the home of the National Jet Boat Association, wrapping up the season opener. We're about to hand out the hardware. We appreciate you joining us on the lead wheels.
I ain't many that are built like me. I'm the last of my kind. Grew up on the back road, baby. I know how to survive. Got folks that carry some shit, can't cross state lines. Ducking cops in the dirt hills, baby. We ain't paying no fines. If you're coming to the sticks, still maybe bring a four-wheel drive.
For Trim Troller and the KL Engineer left side, Discovery Bay, California, 540 Honda, Chevy. Jim Forsberg Racing, Gross Racing Engines, D21 Enterprises, Mad Dog Racing. Altered States and Christopher Cranford of the JG Pistons right side. Ron and Joey Gross helping out, along with Joe and Gina Shelpo. Joe and Donna Peck, CP Carrillo, Mike and Francis Botson, Chris Curtis Manufacturing, Chadwick 026, A&P by Kirsten. Red light for Bail. dark horse 6, Cole Allen on the rope. Top alcohol hydro. Trader 10's tie downs. Club 10, Keys Aluminum Foundry. Richard Keys owns the boat. And trouble right off the hit, lost power. The canopy comes up just when we thought that boat was starting to come around a little bit. They take a step back, and the jet ski will go over and take a look at Cole Allen and the dark horse 6. Truck and trailer for the 497 to the mid-ramp. Truck and trailer for the 497 boat to the mid-ramp.
Cole! Cole! Flat, Ming, cold-blooded, Kelly Black, left lane, Kale Engineering side, Chevy 520 Cole, HR Racing, Kelly's Custom Tile, NorCal Properties, Shave Ice in Paradise, Double Down in Sean Forest, JE Pistons right side, Hollister, California,